There we go. Good morning, and good morning to everybody joining us on YouTube. In the interest of time, I will introduce the board of directors. We have professional member Paul Amola, professional member Carlos Pacheco, public member Greg Chitlian, and you are new to us. Welcome, sir. Public member Carlos Sicoli, our deputy registrar Amy Stein, our registrar Fazal Khan. Yeah, I said your name wrong, Fazal, after all of these years. Anyway, and our facilitator, Karen Elkin. And to my right, we have our vice chair, Kevin Cloutier. We have our public member, Stephen Kinsella. And we have another public member, and you guys have all moved these things, Mark Priddle. Sorry, Mark. I know your first name's perfectly. It's the last names I get stuck on. And then we have a professional member, Tanya Namabin. And I think I finally got that close. It was close. In other words, it was far off. And that's just the way this is going to roll. And then we've got public member Omar Farouk and public member Alicia Munion. And I still mess yours up periodically, but I get the Alicia right. Anyway, and of course, I'm Derek Summers. I'm your current chair. All right. So we're going to start with a land acknowledgement. And the College of Opticians of Ontario operates on the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. The College of Opticians of Ontario acknowledges and respects that these lands are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people who continue to experience the impact of colonization. The College of Opticians of Ontario also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. With the utmost respect and humility, we at the College of Opticians of Ontario are grateful to live and work on these lands and are committed to educating ourselves in areas of cultural safety and humility in the delivery of equitable healthcare in Ontario. So welcome everyone, and note that registrants who joining us can use this session as self-directed continuing education hours. And please note that as a result of a recent resignation, there are only currently 6 professional members on the board of directors, which is below the minimum number of professional members required by the Opticianry Act. And as a result, all decisions made by the board during the meeting today and tomorrow will be in principle only, as the board is considered to be unconstituted, meaning it doesn't currently have the ability to act. The board will regain its authority as of January 1st when 3 new elected board members begin their terms. We will hold a meeting in early January to ratify the decisions that get made in principle today. The details of the time and date of the ratification meeting will, of course, be posted on the college's website at least 1 week before the meeting. All right, so with the long drawn out part of it done, I'm now going to hand everything over to our facilitator, Karen.
Good morning. Thank you, Derek. I'm just going to go over a few norms for the meeting for those of us in the room and also for anyone who is joining us by Zoom. If you are on Zoom, please keep yourself on mute unless you are speaking. We will call on you to unmute yourself. For those in the room, you can raise your hand to get on the speakers list, and please wait until your microphone turns green. The little light turns green before you begin speaking so that everyone will be able to hear you. As always, we work towards consensus building for all of our decisions. So we're trying to ensure that everyone gets heard and everyone leaves the meeting feeling that they are comfortable with the decisions being made. When we need to just get a temperature check, see where people are at, we use a tool called the High Five, and we invite the board members to show us on a scale of 1 to 5 how comfortable they are with the decision that is currently on the table. We're now going to move to the conflict of interest declaration, and that's you, Derek.
Thank you, Karen. Alrighty, so does anybody have any conflicts of interest to declare with respect to the items of today's agenda? Amy, just a question. With the fact that I did conflict out in camera, do I need to for that portion of it? No, perfect. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to declare? I am seeing a lot of shaking of heads and nothing, so that is great. Okay, so next we're going to move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments to make to the agenda?
No, we were actually able to reorder it.
Fantastic. Okay. All righty. Unexpected to me. All righty. And so can I have somebody make a motion to accept the agenda, please? Paul, thank you. Seconder Tanya, all in favor? Fantastic. And that passes. Now we're going to go on to the minutes from the last meeting, and I'll just remind everybody, if you were not present for it, please abstain. I will call for the abstention at the end of the voting process. Does anybody have any amendments to make to those minutes? No, perfect. All right. Could I have someone make a motion to approve the minutes as circulated? Omar, thank you. Stephen, my seconder. All in favor? And who is abstaining? Kevin and Greg, thank you. All right, and
You're good.
I am good. Look at me go.
All right, so everyone, we're going to move on to the approval of the appointed members. Amy Stein, Deputy Registrar, will take over for that piece.
Thank you, Karen. So every year the board is asked to appoint individuals as appointed members. And these are the individuals that sit on committees of the college. They do not sit on the board of directors. So it is the board's decision for whom they wish to appoint to sit on the college's committees. And the committees are the groups that makes a certain amount of statutory decisions and also make policy recommendations that get forwarded onto the board. So the process that gets followed is the board has already met this morning in camera. And what the board was looking at in camera was whether to reappoint a certain number of individuals who we refer to as professional appointees for those that are registered opticians, or community appointees for those that are not registered opticians. And then they have also been asked to appoint some additional individuals who would be new to the committees. In this case, they are all professional appointees. So I will turn it back over to Derek in a moment to take you through what the board has looked at in camera. They reached a decision in camera on who they would like to appoint, but the official appointment is going to happen now that we're in a meeting. So I believe we're going to be first looking at the reappointments. Is that right, Karen?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Derek then to indicate the individuals that the board has decided to reappoint.
Do you want me to do it separately or just make it as part of the motion?
Sorry, I was just trying to find my spot on the process notes. We can do that. I think we're doing
It's
one
listed as a
motion. Yeah,
It is a motion.
yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so I'd like somebody to make the motion to reappoint the following appointed members for the 2026, and they are Elliot Borens, David Milne, Panos Petrides, sorry, Panos, and for the professional appointees, Melissa Campbell, Elizabeth Roche, Lindsay Burrow, again, sorry, Lindsay, and Parneet Dillon. Can I have somebody make that motion? Stephen makes it, and Carlos, you'll be my seconder. All in favor? And that passes. Congratulations to all of you. Now, as moving on to the new appointed members for 2026, can I have somebody make the motion to approve the following professional appointees? Audric Bochesney, Patricia Raymond, Maxilian Savarani. Carlos, will you make the motion? Mark will second it. All in favor? Thank you very much. And those all pass.
Wonderful. So we're now going to move on to the executive elections. And again, Amy is going to provide us with some context.
Thank you very much, Karen. All right, so
Each year at this meeting, the board elects its executive committee for the following calendar year. So in this case, this will be the executive committee that sits in 2026. The process for your executive elections are set out in the college's bylaws. So this election is going to be overseen by a third party, neutral individual. And in this case, that is our meeting facilitator, Karen. Now, in order to be eligible to sit on the executive of the college, you need to be somebody who will be sitting on the board for the calendar year in question. So all individuals who will be sitting on the board in 2026 are eligible, including some individuals who are incoming. So they are not eligible to sit at this table today, but they are eligible to participate in this election process. So I am going to ask the board to invite, we've got Johanna Whalen and John Battaglia in the room with us today. And then we have Pam Kelsey, who should be joining us by Zoom, hopefully, if you'd like to invite them to the table for today's election.
Do you want that fancy?
Well,
I would like to invite them.
great.
We'll bring them up to the table here.
Yeah, that,
Okay, so we're gonna add some chairs, I think.
thank you. Throwing people for a loop. I just
We'll
saw
buy
that they're in
one
the
extra
room here,
chair.
so yeah. Um,
Pam joins
That's
us.
not in here. Winging it. John, get up here.
So we are still waiting on Pam to join us for the Zoom, and she is going to be emailing her ballot out to
There she
Karen.
is.
So the way this is going to work is, in order to be eligible to sit on executive, as I said, all board members are eligible if you're going to be on the board in 2026. However, your bylaws require that those interested in joining the executive, they must have submitted an expression of interest at least 14 days before today's meeting. So we had 5 individuals who did that. On your executive, there's required to be 3 optician members and 2 public members. So we do have 5 candidates to make up your 5 positions, but we are going to be having an election for one of those positions because we've had 2 expressions of interest for the position of vice chair. So we're going to turn it over to Karen in a moment to get the ball rolling, and I see Derek has a hand.
Could you remind everybody of the term limitations on the chair position?
Yes, so our bylaws say that there are, the person who's elected as chair is only eligible to serve up to 2 consecutive back-to-back terms. So in this case, Derek Summers, this is your 2nd year as chair of the board consecutively, so you're not eligible for the chair position next year.
So in case anybody's wondering why you don't see my name there.
Yeah.
Paul, did you have a?
Is there ever a time when that would get reviewed?
Sorry, just the microphone was off, so I'll just repeat
Sorry.
your question if that's okay, Paul. So you asked if there's ever a time that would get reviewed. Do you mean the rule around 2 consecutive terms?
The way it's presently
Yes.
situated, yeah.
So that's up to the board. If that is something you would like to have reviewed, that can be put on the agenda for the governance committee.
I would like to move that.
Right, so that is on the table. I don't necessarily know we necessarily need to see a motion for something like that, but I think we definitely want to do a consensus check. Is that something that the board would like to see reviewed? Can I get a high five on whether you guys would like to see the process reviewed for that?
You've got 4s and 5s.
4s and 5s, perfect. Then thank you, Paul, and we'll move that along over to governance to take a look at.
Yep, we've noted that. That's great. Thank you, everyone. So just to review the candidates that have put their names forward, we have 1 expression of interest for the position of chair, and that's Kevin Cloutier. We have 2 expressions of interest for the position of vice chair, that's Derek Summers and Stephen Kinsella. And then we have, and both of those candidates have also expressed an interest in a member at large position should they be unsuccessful in the vice chair vote. And then the other 2 positions, we have expressions of interest from Omar Farouk and from Paul Amola. So unless there are any questions about process, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Yep. All right, so we are now going to embark on our election for the position of vice chair. As you've already heard, we have 2 expressions of interest for the position, one from Derek Summers and one from Stephen Kinsella. You should know that depending on the outcome of this election, Stephen Kinsella will either be elected vice chair or will be the 2nd public member on the executive committee. And in that case, as there are 2 positions, both Omar and Stephen would be acclaimed as the other public member of the committee. If Derek is not elected vice chair, he would be acclaimed as one of the professional members of the executive committee, and Paul Imola would be acclaimed for the other. So for Pam, who has joined us by Zoom, Pam is going to be asked to send me an email with the name of either Derek or Stephen for the position of vice chair. Everyone else is going to be voting in person in the room. So let's move on to that. Let's move on to that now. Do we have a
We have
paper
ballots to give
paper
out.
ballots
Yep.
to give out to the folks in the room?
Yes. So Carolyn will hand out to the table voting ballots.
Okay, so please just select one or the other, not both. And Pam, you can go ahead and email me your choice for vice chair. You can just send me the first name in the email. Sorry, yeah.
So you think you jumped ahead of us a little bit?
Did I?
You did a little.
Oh,
There are the elections process, because we do have to nominate, accept, and go through that routine as far as all of those positions go.
I am
do, yeah.
so sorry.
And we kind of need to look over at Kevin to see whether if anybody nominates Kevin for the role and whether he accepts it, and then we get into us.
I apologize.
Not a
I misread
problem.
the notes. So that is on me.
I just wanted to make sure the process was.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to back up a little bit. We're going to back up. We're going to start with electing the chair. And only one person has submitted an expression of interest for that, and that is Kevin Cloutier. Would anyone like to nominate Kevin for the position of chair? All right, I saw, and I'm sorry, I don't, John put his hand up first, and then Paul put his hand up second. So is the nomination accepted by the rest of, by Kevin? Wonderful. Would you like to say a few words?
No, I'm good, thanks.
He's good. A man of few words. So based on, we've received no other expressions of interest. Mazel tov, Kevin, you are the chair. Now we will move on to the election of the vice chair. So we have two expressions of interest, one from Derek, one from Stephen. Would anyone like to nominate Derek for the position?
Did we do the all in favor? We don't need an all in favor on that for Kevin, do we?
No.
Okay,
No.
perfect.
Nominations.
No,
It's
we
just a
don't.
nominator and a seconder.
Perfect.
So who would like to nominate Derek? Alicia and Tanya as the seconder. Do you accept the nomination, sir?
I do, thank you.
Wonderful. And would anyone like to nominate Stephen for the position of vice chair? All right, we have Mark and we have Kevin. Stephen, would you like to accept the nomination? All right, wonderful. Derek, would you like to say a few words?
Stephen, would you like to go first, or do you mind if I go first? Up to
Go
you.
ahead.
All right. Simply put, I've enjoyed serving as chair for the last 2 years. I love the development of what we've seen and done as an organization. I would like to continue in that leadership role going forward, and I humbly request that you elect me and give me the honor of being vice chair in the 2026 year.
Thank you. And Stephen?
Basically, you can't go wrong if Derek gets in or I'm gonna pat my own back here, that if I get in, I have experience since 2018 on the board. And I love this college. It's dear to my heart. It's so interesting for me, and I just want to help carry it through into the future.
Okay. All right, thank you both. So having heard from our candidates, please mark your choice on your ballot. And Pam, you can go ahead and email me if you haven't already. And then I will take my phone and the ballots into another room and do some math. Why don't I walk around and collect them?
Do we have the magic bowl?
We have a magic bowl.
Told you it was a hat.
Just drop it in the magic bowl. Thank you. I'll come back to you. Oh, good, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, John. Omar. Stephen, Kevin,
So while
talk amongst yourselves.
Karen runs away to count those for us. You know, I will say that Stephen was absolutely correct in his statement. I mean, there's no wrong decision, in my opinion, in this particular election. Stephen comes with a wonderful history with this college, and I like to think my record speaks for itself as well. So I think either way we go, we're going to be in a great position. And you're going to get more support than you want.
Right? It's all good.
Okay.
Loud counting.
Right?
Okay.
Some serious counting going on over there. And to our new people who didn't bring their name tags with them, just up there, so I have to try and remember all of your names, which is bad for me. Welcome, and I look forward to seeing all of you in January. John's ignoring me. It's okay. He does that regularly. Him and I have served together for many years, and he ignores me often. Don't worry, John, I'm not chair next year. It's okay. Well, hello.
Hello. So I did some math.
Excellent.
Um,
Hopefully not too much. It
So-
shouldn't have been that complicated.
It wasn't, but I had to open all the pieces of paper. So I will say that as a group, the group has voted for Derek to be in the position of vice chair.
Congratulations.
But thank you very much also to Stephen for your interest. I'm so happy. I think the group, I speak for the group when I say everyone is very happy to have both of you continuing on in the group. So as a result, Stephen will be acclaimed as a public member on the executive. We're now going to move on to the election of the professional member on the executive. Would anybody like to nominate Derek Summer? Sorry,
No, I'm Derek.
you're Derek.
Paul's a
We're
professional member.
gonna ask for Paul to be elected. Paul, who would like to nominate Paul Imola for the position of professional member? Tanya and Derek, thank you. And Paul, do you accept that nomination? Do you want to say a few words? Oh, wonderful.
Well
Well,
spoken.
It's new for me, guys. I'll Give it a my own.
Paul is acclaimed. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right, we are now going to elect two government appointees to the executive committee. So first, we need a nomination for Stephen, Kevin, and Omar. Stephen, would you still like to be?
Yes.
Yes, okay, wonderful. And then also we would like to nominate, invite a nomination for Omar.
I think we just need to confirm that Stephen has been acclaimed.
Okay, so
Yes.
yes, Stephen has been acclaimed. Congratulations. And then nomination for Omar, I saw Alicia and I saw Mark. Omar, are you still interested?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Would you like to say a few words?
It's a pleasure.
Wonderful. Congratulations. Omar is also acclaimed as a member of the executive committee. And I think we have done those. So now we are going to move on to the elected members of the executive, to confirm the elected members of the executive committee. So all that remains is for the board to make a motion to appoint the individuals who were elected to the executive committee. Derek,
And
sorry,
just-
Derek is still the chair.
Derek
so
is
he
still the
would
chair.
Call for
Yes.
the
Yeah.
motion.
And I just want to clarify now, this is this current sitting board who is going to be making this motion. So the election is now complete. So thank you to John and Johanna, and it will be the board making this motion.
The current board.
The current board, yes.
Okay, thank
Who's
you
on
both,
first?
and thank you,
Thank
Pam,
you, future
also for
board.
participating in the election.
So we don't devolve this into a who's on first situation. Can I have somebody make a motion to approve the appointment of the 2026 Executive Committee as found? Alicia and seconder Carlo, and all in favor? And that passes. Thank you so very much.
Wonderful, thank you all.
So you're saying The current chair does not switch chairs?
Not until
his-
January.
His term does not start until January. Yeah,
He gets the jack.
Well, technically, it's not going to start until after our ratification meeting to
yeah,
ratify
yeah.
the decisions made today.
and to be clear, the jacket is not the jacket of office. It goes home with me. It's his own jacket. He has to go get his own jacket.
He has to buy his own.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Come the first meeting in January when this gets ready. So does it sit as is until?
It's as is.
If I may, technically, the first meeting in January is going to be handled by the administration team because my term as chair expires as of December 31st. And we haven't ratified the new executive. So it will be that meeting, which will only be an hour or two to ratify what happens today, is going to be run by the admin team and we won't have a chair technically for it, okay? Is that clear as mud to everybody? All right,
2025 work.
did I get that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so any other questions on that process? Fantastic.
Okay, wonderful. So we're now going to move on to elect the National Examinations Committee, or NEC, representative for 2026. So Emma's going to bring up a screen share for item 5 on the agenda.
Is Perminder still up there? She doesn't need to be up there.
Okay, Pam,
Oh,
you
Pam, sorry.
Pam, you have done your duty for today, and you may leave the meeting and just continue watching on the live stream if you wish.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Have a great day.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Okay, and I will turn it over to Fazal for some context.
Yes, so I'll just speak briefly about what the NEC rep does or what it entails. So NEC is the National Exams Committee representative. So typically, our exam is a national exam set by NACOR. And every couple of years, there's a bit of work done to the exam. Sometimes it's a wholesale review. Sometimes they're looking at the learning competencies themselves. So the task changes typically from year to year. And the biggest thing about the NEC representatives is that we as a province are sending subject matter experts that are pertinent to what's being discussed at that time. So last year, the NEC, or the National Exams Committee, started reviewing the contact lens and eyeglass examination, revamping it. And so that work took a bit of a year almost or more because they made changes to the exam. And then they've got to get a critical amount of exam applicants under their belt to then test if the new revised questions are statistically accurate. So they have a psychometrician that looks at the stats and the results. And they've also done an adjustment to the scoring system. So they needed at least, and Ontario is typically the big massive exam writers. We have the most in the country. So we have had a couple of sessions in Ontario. So the psychometrician has come back with data analysis and things. So the NEC group that's getting together again this year needs to have the same people from last year to continue or have the continuity. So even though we're going to bring on an NEC rep elected by you, that NEC rep might not be hands-on this year because there's a continuation of work that they need last year's subject matter experts for. So the NEC rep from this year may liaise possibly, but they may not have any committee work. So just setting the expectation as far as workload goes.
But if I may.
Yes.
And hearing that, and it's very good information to have, but also keep in mind that all of this stuff is a matter of experience and building up that potential and that experience going forward. So even if we end up with an NEC rep whose duties involve liaising and whatnot at this time, that doesn't mean that when we get to do this process again next year, we may have somebody who's in a wonderful position to take it on. So just think of the bigger picture, not just the moment.
Yeah, and full transparency, from time to time, the NEC run by NACOR will specify specific skill sets that we need and call upon us. And we are, as an organization, able to bring somebody off board or off the table if they're the right person for the task. And we have done that in the past. So we do have two people currently outside of the appointed circle and board circle who are working with the NEC.
Okay, would you like to move to the process? All right, so Stephanie Kelly has put her name forward for the NEC rep position. So far, we have no other expressions of interest.
So I did get one fresh off the
Oh,
press a few minutes ago.
excellent.
So Jay Batt has also expressed interest in the position.
And remind me, we don't necessarily, we can nominate
one
from the
vacant from the
floor
floor,
as well.
yes.
And we can.
We would
right.
need nominators for both.
And we can nominate from the floor as well. So let's start with a nominator for Stephanie Kelly. Tanya, do we have a seconder? Carlo, thank you. Stephanie, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Am I good from here?
You know what? No one's
Why
going to
don't-
hear you, so maybe the podium would be great.
Yeah, let's be formal about this.
And to start off with, Stephanie, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Perfect.
She's going to go there and say no.
She's gonna say absolutely not.
I do it to you.
Paying attention, there's a green light.
Okay, and your mic is on.
Wonderful. So while I don't have experience as an examiner, I have a very fulsome experience as a licensed optician. My other industry hats have led me to 3 program advisory committees, to which I often see the need for input for this role, which is why I've expressed interest in it. So I'm very thankful for the nomination, and it's something, understanding how the role is about to change, I think it's something I can impact moving forward. And I would love the opportunity to work with Jay because I know that he's had it before.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We now need a nominator and a seconder for Jay. Kevin and Alicia, thank you. Jay, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Wonderful. Do you want to get up and say a few words?
Sure.
Okay.
It's not really optional.
You can read a poem if you prefer.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate the nomination. Thank you. I was the current NEC rep for this past year for 2025. We didn't have a lot of work to do. I didn't get a lot of experience or learning under my belt this past year, unfortunately. That's why I did put my name in at the last minute to kind of continue in this position. As Derek mentioned, a great opportunity to just gain some experience and keep learning. I am a past PLAR assessor for Canada, assessing international students that were kind of forwarded onto the NACOR exams. I'm a past NACOR examiner for 8 years. I've examined every section at NACOR, every practical section. And then my experience as in management and ownership in optical goes back, we're about 15 years, close to 15 years on my own as an optician and a business owner. So yeah, I'd like to continue in that role and learn a little more. And again, thanks, Kelly. Stephanie, we'd love to, if there's 2 reps.
Thank
Okay,
you, Jay.
thank you.
So we're gonna do,
Are
vote
there
with
any other
ballots?
nominations for the NEC rep position? I am not seeing any hands. Now, just to clarify, there can only be one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there can only be one rep. So we will need to do a vote.
We'll
And
get the ballots in the
we
magic
will
bullet.
get the ballots in the magic bowl ready.
I assume everybody is more comfortable with the ballot process than the show of hands process, correct? Perfect.
I was thinking since there was 2 that we probably. Yeah, I made the assumption.
You made the assumption?
I did.
Good on you. Where'd you go?
I know.
Anybody think you've done this before?
Well,
I apparently haven't. I mean,
Johnson help. Derek. All right, so please write the name. So it's Stephanie Kelly or Jay Batt. Circle back around and.
You lost your bowl.
I did.
You didn't like the bowl? Fair enough. We can do the.
Are we running it? No?
No, we're gonna jump to the.
Oh, yeah, we got her.
Yep.
Fizzle.
Yes,
I heard my name.
you did. We're talking about you. You don't need to. We'll tell you.
Just trying to be attentive.
Oh my God, that's gonna.
And responsive.
You always are. Very impressed.
So for those who are listening in on YouTube, we are just tallying votes for the NEC. So just bear with us.
All right, I've done the math. And Stephanie Kelly will be the NEC rep for 2026.
And condolences.
All right, Derek, you can call for a motion.
So can I have somebody make the motion to appoint Stephanie Kelly to the position of National Examinations Committee Representative as elected? Carlos, thank you. Carlos seconder, because I just like the way that came across on paper. All in favor? Perfect, good. So we are running just a wee bit ahead, and I know you all want to go for your lengthy lunch, but if everybody's okay with it, I thought we might move the item 6.0, the appointment of the registrar's review subcommittee up to now, so we can get everything election-based done and out of the way, if that's cool with everybody. Perfect, okay. It looks like, Amy, that I'm going to hand over to you for process and stuff.
Sure. So the executive committee appoints a subcommittee every year of 3 out of the 5 executive members. And these are the 3 individuals who are responsible for managing the registrar's performance review process. Now, the entire board participates in the registrar's performance review. The subcommittee is the group that takes the survey results and all of the data that's collected, synthesizes it, prepares a report that they then report out to the registrar, and also works with an external consultant on compensation within the parameters that have been established by the full board. So the subcommittee is made up of 3 individuals, as I mentioned. The board chair and the board vice chair are automatically 2 of those individuals. So now the board is being asked to select the 3rd member, who is 1 out of the 3 members at large of the executive committee. So it's going to work like all the other elections today, where we'd have nominator and a seconder, and the person will be asked if they accept the nomination. If there's more than 1 person nominated, it will go to a vote.
All right, so let's just get confirmation on who our 3 members at large of the executive committee are.
We have Paul, we have Omar, and we have Stephen.
Okay, so would anyone like to make a nomination for any of those 3 to sit on the subcommittee? Yes,
I'd like to nominate Omar.
okay. Do we have a seconder for Omar? I think Kevin's hand went up first. Omar, do you accept this nomination? Okay. Before I have anyone come up and speak, I'll ask, are there any other nominations for that position? Kevin?
I'd like to nominate Steve.
I'll second that.
Can I second that? Steve, would you also accept the nomination? Yes, okay. And you'd like to nominate Paul? Do we have a seconder? Carlo? Okay, and Paul, would you like to be nominated for this position?
Sure.
Okay, so we now have a three-way option here for this position. Now we can do this vote in,
Speak.
oh, yes, you can speak. Thank you.
Who'd like to go first?
Oh, well, why don't we have Omar? Let's do it in order.
In
So
order.
Omar,
Omar.
why don't you go first? Would you like to say a few words? We can turn on your mic. Okay.
Omar, you have a mic at your table.
You have a mic.
See here?
Yeah,
Okay,
You can
great.
just sit.
The mic.
Oh, right, I forgot, yeah, sorry. It has always been a pleasure to me to be part and parcel of the functioning of this committee of the college. And with my community experience, I'm willing to share and participate in whatever way that is important to the interests and to help to obtain the objectives of the college.
Wonderful. Thank you. Steve?
When you're sitting down to discuss that registrar, you must look at, is there respect between the committee and the registrar? And since I've been at this college, there always has been a great deal of respect back and forth. And I think that's so important. Thank you.
Thank you. And Paul?
I think it's important to be able to associate the differences between the role as the board and the role administratively that the registrar brings, and their respective, how they blend and how they are very different. So I think I've created in my mind that barrier, that separating factor.
Okay, thank you. Now, we can do this vote by hand, or we can go to ballot. What would the group prefer? I didn't give you this option before, but we can do it that way. Ballot? All right.
We have lots of ballots.
We have lots of ballots.
And just so you're aware, when there's a vote between 3 or more people, the bylaws say that there needs to be someone with a clear majority in order to win. So if there's no majority after the first round of ballots, the person with the fewest votes will be removed from the ballot, and we'll go to a second round of ballots.
Okay. Carolyn, I don't think I have enough. We just need one more on this side.
So, Amy, clear majority or the lowest?
So again, for those listening on YouTube, we are just tallying votes for the Performance Review Committee appointment.
My mic has to go on first. All right, so Paul is going to be the executive member at large to sit on the subcommittee. Congratulations, Paul. Okay, and I believe that we are now going to take our lunch break.
Yes, that looks great.
Okay, so we are running a little bit ahead of time, which means you have a little bit longer for lunch. So we will be returning at 1:25 p.m. And have a good lunch in the meantime.
And to remind the executive, you guys don't get to go anywhere.
Right, and anyone requiring a headshot, a photo. can
Specify.
specify. Headshot?
Line up.
Line up? Those requiring a headshot.
It's a new service we offer here at the college.
It's a really, anyway. anyway, anyone who is supposed to be getting one and requires one can head to reception and to have their photo taken on the lunch. And otherwise, we will see you at 25 after 1.
We'll put up a timer and mute everybody.
Really fun.
Good to go.
Good to go.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break. As we were able to complete our elections before lunch, we're going to jump right into item 7 on the agenda, the financial variance report, and that will be delivered by Blessing Adebimpe, the staff accountant.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I will be presenting the financial variance report for the period ending October 31, 2025 to the board for review and approval. The report provides a year-to-date summary of revenue expenses compared to the annual budget with comparison to the previous year. Variances are expected earlier in the year before revenue and expenses are realized and would approach 0% closer to the year end. At October 31, 16% of the fiscal year remains, so fixed budget items such as rent and salary should trend closer to that number. Please turn to page 5, Caroline. Thank you. For consideration, total revenue is $4,021,030 with a positive variance of $160,366, 4% over budget. The college generated investment income from several GICs with payouts in June and October 2025. We saw an increase in the number of registered opticians and a higher number than anticipated joining the registered optician inactive class. Miscellaneous revenue increased due to higher accreditation numbers, improved accounting processes which allowed for a more effective capturing of revenue, and also a new revenue line, which is the status change fees, which arises as a result of opticians switching from active to inactive class, contributed to the increase of miscellaneous fees. There have been 21 status changes to date. Board and committee expenses is currently sitting at a total of $90,148 with a variance of -51% on the budget. This is mainly due to a number of factors, which include resignations, uncertainty in the public to professional member ratio when budgeting, and a number of expense claims not yet submitted. Some committees also held fewer or shorter meetings than planned. Discipline committee is significantly under budget due to budgeting for in-person while we have virtual meetings, and inadvertently budgeting for honorarium payment for 5 panel members instead of 3. This has been corrected in the coming year budget. Executive committee is trending below budget as well as a result of budgeting for 5 members. However, there are 2 of the members on this committee are public members. This has also been accounted for in the coming year's budget. Several meetings are still scheduled for year end, so expenses will trend closer to budget, and this will be reflected in the Q4 report. Operations and administrative expenses is currently sitting at $2,836,119 with a variance of -18% on the budget. Fixed items are trending closer to the expected -16%. However, costs like investigator costs is currently 25% over budget. These costs are typically difficult to estimate. However, this year, the college has 37 ongoing investigations with 12 requiring external investigators. General operational expenditure are currently trending higher than at the same point in the previous fiscal year. During the 2025 budgeting cycle, certain recurring payments were inadvertently classified as one-time expenses. This has been appropriately corrected in the 2026 budget. Notwithstanding, the current upward trend projection indicates the final variance is expected to remain within 10% of the approved budget allocation. It should also be noted that an unanticipated expenditure includes the advanced procurement of several laptops in anticipation of the end of support for Windows 10. This acquisition received prior authorization from the executive committee and has been classified as a pre-spend. As such, it is expected to result in a corresponding reduction in the budget line item for the subsequent fiscal year. QA costs are 57% below budget due to timing of the competency review and evaluation process. Most of the costs will appear in Q4. Please can you scroll to page 4? Thank you. Yes, we ask that the board approve the financial variance report for the period ending October 31, 2025. Yes.
Blessing, am I on?
Yes.
Correct me, I want to make sure I heard properly. Did you say that part of the reason why there was some variance in the committees was because of unexpressed expenses?
Yes.
Amy, isn't there a time limit required on how quickly we get our expenses in?
So yeah, the policy says expenses should be submitted 60 days, within 60 days of the meeting. Now, bear in mind, some of the committee meetings that would have happened, so this is the variance report up till October 31st. So meetings that happened in October, those haven't come due yet necessarily. So it's fairly common that for the variance report, it's not reflecting all of the honorarias that will be attributed to that particular period in time. But we did flag in the variance report that there are a number of committees for which we do have honoraria claims that are outstanding that are beyond the 60-day period. So those do need to get forwarded to the executive committee in order to approve them being paid out late. So those, should they be submitted by the end of the year with the executive committee's approval, will be reflected in the final variance report that should bring those committee figures closer to budget.
Thank you, Amy. So I guess this is just our way of saying to everybody, get your expenses in, please. Because if they're not in, you're throwing this entire process off. We can't accurately, this board cannot accurately reflect on kind of how the financial status looks if we have outstanding numbers and we don't know what they are. It's making Blessing's job harder, our job harder. So I think everybody needs to get those in quickly. Any other questions for Blessing? Carlos?
It was a savings in the discipline committee, significant, I saw there.
Yes.
You said it was due to virtual versus in person.
Yes.
Can I ask, is there a difference in the discipline meeting? Can you meet virtually and continue the savings? Or do you need to do it in person?
We get Amy to speak to it.
Yeah, the plan is for hearings to continue as default being virtual. It's up to a party to bring a motion to say that the hearing should take place in person, and they would need to cite fairness issues to be persuasive that that is the reason. I think another reason for the variance is there was a miscalculation at budgeting time because our discipline panels sit in a panel of 5 people, but 2 of those individuals are always government appointees that are not remunerated by the college. And I think the panels were being calculated on the basis of paying 5 panel members. So that's another reason why there's a variance that's lower than budget.
Also, sorry, I saw a lot of green, which is great. However, are we over budgeting? Or is it going to rectify itself in the upcoming quarter?
And I think, Carlos, that's one of the reason why I'm asking the question that I just asked about, you know, making sure we have our right expenses and our right thing, because it's, if it's a moving target, if we don't know the numbers, how do we do this job properly? And I think we're on the same page there. But Fazal, you look like you wanted to add something.
I could just add, like, we do try to be as close as possible. So when we have the presentation after this on the budgeting for the new year, we'll kind of go through the process that we use.
And you'll see, like, the example just given about the discipline committee and how panels are remunerated, that's been rectified for next year's budget.
All right, Paul?
Kind of a two-parter. First of all, kudos on line 29.
Oh, hold on.
Thank you.
We're just going to turn on your microphone. Hold
Thanks
on.
for catching that, Karen.
Okay.
Good. Kudos to everybody on line 29. The IT, I know what that's cost my company to do the Windows 10 remuneration. So to be only 7%, that's pretty dang good considering what we have involved here. So congrats on that. My next thing is a two-parter that involves the next part. So I don't know, like, which involves the budget. So I don't know whether to get into that now or do we wait? It's based on line 30. And I'm completely cool with us going over on line 30 because that is a very fluid, very fluctuating thing with having more investigations involved. Can I bring the budget kind of into it a little bit now without wrecking things? And it's just a point of fact, but.
Okay, but
That's what I'm saying.
don't
Would
take us
you,
too far.
would you
off
like
the-
me to finish? Would you like us to finish the next part and then come circle back to
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. No, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go too far without
No, we're good.
Okay, good.
Okay, any other questions before we move on? Yes.
I'll just make a comment about the investigator line, just to sharpen the point. I think Blessing already brought it up. The type of investigations, as far as sometimes we have to contract people to retrieve files and things like that
Absolutely.
outside.
And I'm completely cool with line item 30. I really am. I'll bring it up when the thing comes around.
He's
Yeah,
baiting you. I
perfect, perfect.
apologize. He's tempting you with it right
No,
now.
no, but I am cool with that, just so you know.
Okay.
All
So,
right, I think you can go to motion.
all right, so I need somebody to make a motion to approve the financial variance report. Carlos, I'm gonna get you to make the motion, and Paul, I'll have you second it, and all in favor? Fantastic. All right, and moving forward.
You can move on to the budget. So Blessing will stay in the hot seat and Fazal will join her.
She gets to share it now.
Yes, she gets to share.
Have Carolyn assist us a little bit. So I'm just going to move that here. We've got the presentation coming up in a second. And Karen, if I can get you to keep an eye on the microphones.
Yes, I will do that.
So traditionally, we just present the budget line by line and just go at it. This year, we thought that it would be kind of nice to give a bit of context to the board as to what the process looks like and what the rationales are. And then we'll do sort of a line by line examination, if that's okay. So I'm just going to do sort of a high level overview. We'll just get the presentation up and then. Perfect. Okay, Carolyn, good to go? Okay. So next slide. And next slide. Okay, so when making a budget, the registrar, and I say that broadly because when I say registrar, the registrar's office, which includes Amy and the team that we depend on, we have certain policy things. And so you'll see through this policy deck, through this presentation deck, there's references to specific policies. So policy 2-02 has set out in policy by you, the board, to me, that we have to allocate enough funds for the college to fulfill its regulatory responsibilities and strategic outcomes, that we account for key annual expenses, such as recurring things like the audit, legal cost, board development. We have to take external and environmental factors into account. So we're always scanning for things coming our way. We have to structure the budget in a way that it's basically a positive budget. We can't run a negative budget. And so basically, planning in a fiscally sound way that ensures that we have the capacity to fulfill our role. And that the final piece is the SEEK board input, which we're doing now. And we do that in two stages. We first run it by the finance committee that does a detailed line by line. And then obviously it's brought here for the ultimate approval. So next slide. So budgeting typically starts in the summer each year. And so what we start with is going to all our department managers and directors and consulting them with what's happening in their departments. What's the next year going to look like for them? Are they working on any large policies? For instance, clinical practice. We know that standards of practice are on deck. They were worked on last 2025, but they're still going to have work in 2026. So we're allotting for enough meetings, possibly consultations, things like that. If there's technical resources involved, for instance, registration, we'll say, okay, next year, now that we have an active optician class, we've got to have the technical build to make sure that there's an automatic renewal for it on the portal. So we start building monies into the tech budget for that. So it's a lot of working with the staff to determine how many meetings they think they're going to need, half day, full day, virtual, all of that. So we get that from them. And then the finance committee and the board is consulted. We look at the strategic plan to see what type of meetings or areas of training that the board might need. And that way we can calculate what kind of consultation fees that we need to put aside. Next slide, please. Then At the same time, parallel to that blessing, the staff accountant is looking at reoccurring expenses like rent, equipment leases, things like that, and checking where they're trending. Sometimes we know ahead of time that there's some escalating costs with contracts where there's a slight increase per year or whatnot. She's also looking at rates of return on the invested GICs that are already in the hopper that are due to mature in the coming year, so that we have an idea of what kind of income that'll net us in that year. Where she's also checking with the registration department to get their data on renewal trends to see how we're trending. Typically, we're looking at about 3 years at a time. We were a few years back looking at 5 years at a time just to smoothen out the COVID bump. But I think we're back to a pretty good pace now. So we're looking at renewals, the number of applications that are coming in, that type of thing to forecast our revenue forecasts. Then the registrar and deputy registrar give input to the accountant on things like external events. How many events do we plan on going to? For instance, in this year and last year, we've been part of the Ontario Opticians Association's roadshow, where it took us to Sudbury, London, Ottawa, Toronto. So we have to account for travel, overnight stays, expenses associated with that, plus the cost of paying for these booths and things. External events like CNAR, which is a learning symposium for regulators. If there's an in-person meeting for NACOR, our national association, we try to put all of those into the budget. Next slide, please. There's also a consultation with our IT provider. And so the IT provider looks at our current status of equipment. And we actually get a spreadsheet with every computer, for instance, that we have, when it went into service, when it's expected to go out of service, so that we can predict what equipment we need to get. This year, the Windows 11 thing was out of left field, where all of a sudden they said, oh, next month, our computers are not going to be supported. Yeah, it was big. And, you know, at the same time, I was like, well, I can take it apart and put some more RAM in the computer. And they're like, don't do that. So I did it once. So we had to buy a few computers, but nonetheless, it reduces our cost next year. The registrar and the deputy registrar review staff pay bands using data from employment studies that we gather, mainly from the regulatory pool of about 26 regulators. There are specific companies that do employment analysis to see what everyone else is paying, because at the end of the day, while we're collaborating, we're also competing with each other in the pool, because there's a finite number of people in this area, and we've got to be competitive with our competitors. We meet several times to fill in gaps and refine the budget line by line. Next slide, please. So speaking about revenue, the registration, I'll get the next slide, please. Thanks, Carolyn. The registration department provides current year and historical data on rates of renewal as well as new applicants. So for this budget, we've made an assumption of a 95% rate of renewal for 2026. 2023 saw 96%, 2024, 93%, 2025 was a good year of a 98%. I think we had a bit of a bump because we had been pushing that either you can't stay suspended. A lot of people were in limbo, just suspended. And we basically said with the new registration regulation, you're either going to get revoked if you've been suspended more than 3 years, or you've got to re-up, or you have to go into inactive. So it was a bit of a crapshoot this year for 2025, wondering how many people would renew and how many people would take inactive class. But I think we did get a lot of people coming out of the woodwork, renewing their license because they didn't want to lose their license. Now, an assumption is being made that we're going to be getting about 200 new applicants this year. And the 200 new applicants aren't 200 times our full fee. It is prorated. So if you sign up at the beginning of the year, you pay the full fee for first-time applicants. And it decreases by quarter all the way to September, where it's a quarter. So Blessing has done the math based on what we expect per quarter to find out, to determine what the new applicants' revenue is to the college. Interest is going to be significantly lower. We've been riding high and locking in GICs ahead of rate drops. So we have been timing it well, but rates have been dropping steadily, and so we're going to be expecting a decline in our interest income. You'll see in the budget, there's a new line accounting for inactive member renewal fees. So this is brand new for us, and it was a little hard to determine, but we have about 250 people who avail themselves of inactive class this year. So it's kind of nice that they're not missing in action anymore. Next slide, please. A new line in the budget has also been added for rent receivable, for rent that we're receiving from the College of Respiratory Therapists. So that's broken out. There have been some tweaks also where you saw kind of some crazy variances, even though they were in green, there were big variances. And so we've changed some accounting processes. We've had fresh eyes on the books. We've also got a new bookkeeper in-house. So we're bringing a bit more rigor to how we're accounting and placing certain things. So miscellaneous revenue, for instance, to be more accurate, initially we were putting application fees with our revenue for opticians. Right. So instead, we're actually separating out the application fee from the actual registration fee. So you'll see that miscellaneous revenue looks a bit more bumped, but it's more accurate. Overall revenue for 2026 appears to be a bit lower, but that's in line with the drop in interest rates that we're expecting on our GICs. Next slide, please. And next slide. So as far as expenses related to board and committee, we have a policy, well, part of that policy that I mentioned, 2-02, we're required by the board to have sufficient funds to fulfill our regulatory mandate and our strategic priorities. So we've set up a new strategic plan for the next 3 years, and we've identified projects that you, the board, have identified as priorities. And so we make sure that we have funds attached to it to make sure that we achieve those initiatives. Board provided with enough support and information to make informed decisions. So in order for you, and I speak from as a previous board member, and able for you to make good decisions, you've got to have good data. And so typically questions come up about what are other regulators doing, what are other colleges doing, what's happening, what's the what's happening with consumer sentiment, public interest. We have to do surveys for those kind of things. Often we do, like every few years, we do a large survey with people like Ipsos or Leger. We do that about every 3 years, and those could trend between $10,000 and $20,000 to get a feel for what the public is thinking, to get a statistically viable number. So we keep an eye on those things, but we have to budget for that. Adequate succession planning in place. The good thing is we in-house have been grooming the deputy registrar to be able to take over in case I win the lottery, not get run over by a bus. Next slide, please. And a couple of more points here. Most of the expenses are in line with the 2025 budget. The board line includes one small meeting, which is our ratification meeting that we need to do at the beginning of January. So we have accounted for that in this year's budget. Discipline and ICR costs are adjusted downwards based on the current caseload. So we do check in with that department to see what's on deck and what do we expect may move to a discipline hearing and how many. So we try to budget based on that. As we talked about earlier, we had a bit of a miscalculation last year where we were accounting for 5 paid members, but it's actually 3 paid members. Thank you to the government for paying the other 2. And committee expenses were also refined to, again, reflect the fact that we're not paying for our government appointees. There was an inquiry made about the cost of having our right now we're doing 2 meetings a year in person and 2 virtual. And so the cost differential to host these kind of meetings in person, total between the 2 meetings is about $32,000 that accounts for travel, hotel, that kind of costs. And, extra meals and things like that, overnight meals. Typically there's lunch, but there will be dinner costs and things like that as well. So the direction we got from the board was to have 2 in person, 2 remote. We budgeted for that. If you decide otherwise, we can tweak the budget, no problem, but that's sort of the differential cost. Next slide. And next slide. So around operations and administration expenses, because you'll see the budget is kind of grouped into chunks. Again, guiding principles when setting this budget based on the policies that the board has set out. We have sufficient funds to fulfill our regulatory mandate. We are to safeguard our college assets, premises, and equipment based on the asset protection policy. We have reasonable compensation and benefits for staff, as well as opportunities for growth and development. And that's dictated through the Human Resource and Relations Policy 2-08. Public engagement is prompt and timely service. Members of the public should be able to interact with the college in French. That's dictated by the policy relationship of the public. So again, you'll see funds put aside for French translation for our website and other content. Response to the registrants is regular, clear, and transparent. So again, we spend a lot of time refining our website, spending money on social media, things like that, to make sure that our messaging is coming across clear. And I think we're getting some good reach and uptake. And then actually, social media is actually a very cost-effective way of getting our messaging out. Next slide. Okay, so we've got here communications increased slightly for to account for increased recruitment activities and partnerships. So we were talking a little bit about drops in international applicants or international students and having a trickle-down effect on our numbers possibly in about 2 years. So this year's budget has accounted for some collaboration with our other partners to create awareness of the profession, and that ties back to our strategic plan. As I said, more funds are devoted for French translation, and that's an expectation of the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. IT consulting seems a bit down, and that reflects one of our project manager staff project manager being on maternity leave. So if you're looking at year to year, it seems down, but that's why for 2026. General operation, it says here, note general operations appear higher than 2025 budgeted amount. So when we set the 2025 budget, again, there was a bit of a miss on our part where expenses that seemed to, we thought occur once were actually monthly. So things like our Zoom account are monthly occurrences. They're not a big amount, but they do add up. So if you're looking at a very granular approach, you'll see why there's a bit of that's the explanation for the bump there, but it is a more accurate budget going forward. Looking at the next slide, please. Legal costs have been adjusted down based on the expected caseload for 2026. 2025, our printing budget was a little higher. We typically have gone paperless, but in 2025, we were really pushing not to unnecessarily revoke somebody who's suspended. And typically, if somebody's been suspended for a while, they've stopped giving us their most accurate email address or all of that. So we went old school and did a paper blitz because we really didn't want to revoke anybody who wanted their license. So we spent a lot of effort reaching out to people. Salaries reflect adjustments for 2026 cost of living and performance adjustments. There is a line for parental leave. The board had for the first time instituted a fund to top up staff members who are on maternity leave. And so the first step in that was approved last year was to have a $30,000 contingency fund, which would cover probably about one person. The intent was to have a contingency for 2 persons and that we would do it in the following year, 2026. So we have made an allowance for that second person in this coming budget. You may see that seat fees appear higher, but they're actually not. It's just actually recorded more accurately because there were some seat fees for one organization built into another line of the budget. We've pulled it. Whoops, sorry. I'm blaming myself here for breaking my own microphones. So the money is moved on the table, but it's actually more accurately reflected. Next slide, please. And next slide. So in summary, 2026 total expenditures are about $112,000 less than the 2025 budget. Every 3 years, we have this bump up in our expenses, and it's related to everything happening in the same year. So strategic planning is an expensive thing. We also do an external evaluation of the board. That is more costly. Last year also happened to be my evaluation of a 360. So everything in the kitchen sink was happening in 2025. So you will see it's a little bit lower. So certain things are happening on a 3 and 4 year cycle. And overall net surplus is expected to be about 240,000 for 2026. And as I said, 2025 was a little bit of a lower expected surplus because of the higher expenses for that year. If I can go to the next slide. Now, some considerations for the future. The premises lease expires in 2027. We have been collecting some contingency funds in the event of a relocation. Relocation was very expensive last time we moved. I will be talking a little bit about premises later on. And we are collecting data right now, as I mentioned earlier, from the opticianry schools. Some schools are experiencing a significant drop in enrollment with the restrictions on international students. And that has the potential of impacting us in about 2 years. With the intake happening in September, dropping, we'll feel it once they finish their program. And that is sort of a high-level walkthrough of what happens here from the summer till about now. And major points. So at this point, Blessing mostly will be able to help me out here answering any line by lines of the proposed 2026 budget.
All right, Paul.
Yeah,
Oh, hold
please.
on, wait, let me turn on your mic. Okay.
Again, like I said before, that line, item 30 previous had a bump in it because we had 23 investigations as opposed to a budgeted 10. And that's fine because that happens. That's a very fluid number. My question was, I noticed for 26, we rebudgeted back again for 10.
Yes.
Is that realistic? Like, is this based on kind of history, or is it like, are we making accommodation for that not to happen again, or?
So I'm going to actually.
And again, no, I realize it's a very fluid number.
No, but obviously,
Just for
historical should dictate a little bit of
Yeah.
that. So I just want to check in with you, Blessing, as far as when we set the investigations line.
Yeah.
What we were given as far as input from our team, as far as expectations goes.
And I'm not questioning it, I just wanted it as a point of clarification.
Out of the investigation for this year's the UAP.
And we was.
Yes, so
We've-
we've moved it to strategic initiatives.
Okay.
For the year.
So good point there. So a bit of the bloat was the push on unauthorized practice.
Mhm.
And what we did was we actually separated. So we've actually pulled unauthorized practice out as its own separate line item because that was more of a strategic initiative from this board 3 years ago that they wanted to do a bit of a blitz on unauthorized practice. So we've actually pulled that out separately because it's outside of the regular course of business.
So it no longer falls under that.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is more reflective of our regular caseload
Perfect.
of regular
Okay, that's
complaints.
good.
Yeah,
That is good. Yeah, I just didn't want to, I like to see that whole column green, right?
Yeah.
So when, yeah.
yeah. So we have accounted for the money, but it's in a different line.
Perfect.
Can I just make a note? Sorry, because I just noticed there might have been a slight typo in the notes on the draft budget. It says includes investigation of UAP. I think it
That's
meant
an
to
old
say
note, yeah.
excludes
Exclude, yeah.
investigation of
Perfect.
UAP.
Yeah.
So apologies for that. That was moved to the strategic initiatives line.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry.
Steve?
Steve, I've got the speaker.
And then Carlos.
The surplus that
Oh.
was, sorry,
Go ahead.
the surplus that was showing of 214 or 241, whatever it was.
Yeah,
for 26,
241.
Will that money go into reserves?
It'll go into general reserves. That's how the auditors treat it.
Yes, it goes into general reserves.
Okay, thank you. And Carlos?
Or would we be able to find out for the investigation on the practices that we did, what kind of results we got?
Yeah, you know what we could do, and I think typically conduct gives us a bit of a presentation on high-level outcomes as far as, and I could speak to it in a general sense, but I can get more specific information. So if you're talking about unauthorized practice, so we have, I think, 1 to 2 cases moving to injunction where we've had legitimate unauthorized practice going on. But surprisingly, many of the situations have turned out to be optometry and opticianry working together. And when the team does an inquiry, they actually check and see if anyone's actually taking responsibility for the dispensing. And in quite a few of the cases, the optometrist has said yes. But in the cases where the optometrist is like, no, 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 I'm just doing eye exams, they're on their own, we keep drilling down. And so in many of those cases, we've actually got compliance. So we haven't had to go through the costly and long-winded route, because injunctions that we're filing are not going to be heard for like a year, year and a half.
Right.
So if we can get compliance immediately, like within a month, and we've had that with several locations, like once they're on the radar, they've kind of tidied up their
Would it be a good
business.
idea to get some kind of documentation, some kind of legal documentation where the optometrist and the person working, so that we wouldn't have to do this investigation?
So we look for, we send out compliance report requirements. So the practice will send in schedule who's on deck. And, you know, we, like a lot of opticians are the misconception that you have to have an optician for every hour that you're open. You've got to have an optician dispensing for every hour of dispensing. So I've seen some stores where they literally put up a sign on Sunday and say, we're not dispensing and we're doing frame management and things like that. And that's a legitimate way of doing business. But dispensing has to occur under the auspices of a registered optician or optometrist. Sorry, Amy?
Yeah, I'll just add one point, just in terms of the cost associated with that. Typically, that doesn't get incurred. We only typically bring on external investigators, which is where the bulk of this cost comes from, when things have escalated to the point where there may be the need to begin court proceedings. So typically, a lot of the more collaborative work that Fazal was referring to, where we send out compliance packages and try and educate and understand who's working in the premises and who's sharing what responsibility. That's work that's done internally. So there isn't an external cost to that, aside from obviously
staff.
the staff resources.
And we did add an extra staff for this program 3 years ago. And we are able to manage it in-house for the most part.
All right, Derek has a question. And I just want to know, we're sort of at the end of our time, so I will come to Tanya, but let's speed it up a little bit. Go ahead.
I can speak up. Well, maybe I can't. Fazal, so now getting into the specifics of everything, you used a phrase that makes me nervous a lot. We missed a little bit.
I like to be transparent. So I'm going to own it.
I
That
love
we
the fact that you're absolutely transparent, and I really respect it. I would like the reassurance that we're going to try and stop missing.
15 years I've been doing this almost. This is probably the first time. And we've had personnel transfer over with maternity leaves, and it's not easy to take over the helm of finance here.
And I hear that. Like I said, just sitting here, and I kind of, it came up more often than, well, any would be more often than I like, but it definitely came up more often than I would like. And I'm kind of,
it came up
that was a
twice.
concern. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah. And I'd rather not hide it from you.
Oh no, good call.
I actually have kind of not an opposing opinion, but I was going to say I actually appreciated the transparency and the accountability, and that you pointed that out, and that you broke down things like the miscellaneous revenue to make things sure things were accounted for.
Yeah.
I mean, mistakes happen, but when you let us know and are making changes for the future, that's all.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to brush it off as good news story. We have more money, because whether you're under budget or over budget, they're both bad. You should budget accurately. We get messaging from our registrants all the time. Why are the fees so high? You know, can't you do anything about it? So I'm always cognizant of our costs to the registrant. I'm also looking ahead at trends, because we could freeze fees or try to do a rollback, but in 2 years' time, when we get the declining number of new applicants and possibly an increase in the number of people retiring, I don't want that axis to join, and that we get a downslope in revenue. So I am actively, I've been bugging poor Stephanie's department, giving me numbers on school enrollments and things in the last 6 weeks. So we are doing an analysis, sort of a revenue projection for 26, 27, 28 type of thing, because I would love to be able to put a pause on fees or a rollback and things like that. I've just got to make sure we have enough to run the place.
Yeah, okay, one more question.
One of the things I noticed was the 37,000 that we spent extra in person. If we cut it back to one meeting in person for the year, I think we could still do online, and we could save, that's 30 members piece?
Yeah, 30,000 is 30 members, yeah. So that's a board decision. We built the budget around what you've been doing. If you decide to scale it back, the surplus will be up by that amount. If you decided to put more, we have a surplus to pull from. So that is a board decision. I'll leave it to your table.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. I think you're good to go to a motion, Derek.
All righty. So could I have somebody make the motion to approve the 2026 budget? Paul will make the motion. Mark will second it. All in favor? Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you both. We're now going to move on to the governance policy review and updates, and we'll bring Elliot Warrens, Chair of Governance up, please.
Thank you. So, as you know, the Policy Governance Manual has a number of policies, and one of the responsibilities of the Governance Committee is to review these policies according to the review schedule. At each board meeting, the Governance Committee brings forward policies that are scheduled for content review as per the schedule. So this time around, we have 4. So we have the Director Job Description Policy, the Board Meeting Process Policy, Board Policy Development Policy, that one always gets me because the 2 policies, Pre-election, Pre-appointment Screening Policy. So the first one that we're going to look at is the Director Job Description Policy. The purpose of this is to establish that by standing for election and accepting appointment to the board, directors commit to serving as stewards on behalf of the public interest mandate of the COO. Each director is responsible for fulfilling duties related to service, preparation, ambassadorship, and attendance. Amendments to this policy are proposed to clarify that directors are also required to conduct themselves in accordance with the Code of Conduct for directors and committee members. It was first approved in 17 and last reviewed in 22, as seen on the screen now. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to open the floor for discussion. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay.
Okay. So I think we can do a show of consensus for no changes to be made. Can we do a high 5? Okay, looking good.
We're good.
We can move on.
So we are now going to look at the board meeting process policy. It establishes the college's commitment to conducting its business in transparent, organized, in a fair manner, consistent with its public interest mandate. It sets out expectations for how board meetings are planned, conducted, including the development of agendas, chairing responsibilities, meeting procedures, in-camera sessions, and the preparation of meeting minutes. Minor amendments are proposed for this policy that to reflect the board's current process and to ensure consistency with existing board policies. This policy was first approved in 2020 and reviewed in 22.
All right, any questions for Elliot on this one? Not seeing any.
Great.
So no discussion, so consensus for no changes to be made. Wonderful.
Next up, we have the board policy development policy.
Department of Redundancy Department.
The policy outlines the college's role in developing governance policies that align with the governance role and legislative mandate. It codifies a process for developing, approving, updating, and evaluating governance policies. Now, we do have some minor amendments that were proposed for this to ensure consistency with existing board policies. It was last approved in 2020, so you can see up there.
Great, any questions?
Let's just get it. Perfect.
Not seeing any, so are we good? High 5. Wonderful, thank you.
Okay. Finally, we are going to review the pre-election, pre-appointment screening policy. Now, this establishes the criteria for screening candidates for election or appointment to ensure a fair and efficient, transparent process. The screening process is essential to confirming that board and committee members possess the competencies required to fulfill the COO's public interest mandate. Now, for this, we actually have no updates being proposed at this time. It reflects everything that it should.
Okay, any comments or questions, discussion?
It was last reviewed in 22.
Okay. All right, so I think we are, I'm veering it towards Derek. for the
So
motion.
we're gonna have two motions up front right now. The first motion is, I need someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed changes to the approve the proposed changes to the director job description policy, the board meeting process policy, and the board development policy. Can I have somebody make that motion? Tanya, seconder Stephen, all in favor? Comes through. Second motion that the board, can I have somebody make the motion that the board approve no changes to the pre-election, pre-appointment screening policy? Can I have somebody make that? Omar, I'll make the motion. Mark will be my seconder. All in favor? Fantastic. That goes through. Go ahead, Elliot.
Great. Okay. We
You can move on to the financial condition policy.
Yeah. So during its Q3 meeting, the governance committee discussed the level of details provided in the quarterly variance reports and requested that a review of potential policy changes that could promote greater transparency in terms of variance from budgeted amounts. A result was the committee added a review of the financial condition policy to its Q4 agenda. The policy requires the registrar CEO maintain the COO's financial health by avoiding unnecessary financial risk, ensuring sufficient cash flow to meet obligations, and preventing material deviations in expenditures from board priorities reflected in the strategic outcomes policies. It was last reviewed in 2023. Now, at its Q4 meeting, the committee reviewed the policy and recommended that adding a new provision requiring the registrar CEO to report to the board any amounts that are expected to deviate from the budget by more than 10% by the end of the year. The committee noted that although this reflects the current practice, codifying the requirement will provide the board with greater assurance that budget deviations will get flagged at an early stage. The proposed wording also takes into account that not all expenses are incurred evenly throughout the year.
Okay, any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. I think we need a motion.
All right. So can I have someone make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendment to the financial condition? That's where I thought I was. Okay, financial condition as recommended by the governance committee. Carlos, thank you. Seconder Mark, thank you. All in favor? Perfect.
All right, excellent. And Elliot, back to you for the skills and diversity matrix.
Yep. So, as you'll recall, in December of 24, the board approved the governance committee's proposal to move from an 8 electoral districts to a single all Ontario district for electing professional board members beginning in 2026. Just 1 second here. Yep. And to ensure patient needs across the province continue to be reflected in the college's work, the board asked the governance committee to explore updates to the appointed committee member recruitment process, focusing on geographic representation and broader diversity. This work also aligns directly with the college's strategic plan for 2026 through 28, which includes a goal to build capacity towards ensuring Indigenous and other equity-deserving voices are represented at the board and committee level. Collecting DEI information through the matrix provides insights into identifying underrepresented groups and monitor diversity over time. So Sandy was engaged to revise the skills and diversity matrix to ensure committees collectively have the skills and attributes needed to address patient needs across the province. The current matrix, introduced in 2021, assesses skills and knowledge to identify strengths, gaps, and training needs. The proposed update to the matrix is as attached for Appendix A, which is on the screen.
Any comments or questions or feedback? Tanya?
I appreciate the addition of some of these qualifying factors and that some of them are voluntary, like the DEI considerations.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I think you're good to go to a motion.
All right, would someone like to make the motion that the board approve the proposed updated skills and diversity matrix for elected board members and appointed committee members as recommended by the governance committee? Kevin will be my first. Who's my seconder? Somebody's got to put a hand up. Omar is my seconder. All in favor? And that goes. Good.
Okay, wonderful. And now we can move on to the bylaw updates regarding the election districts. Elliot?
Yep. Just let me catch up to you. Okay, so the proposed bylaw amendments give effect to the board's decision to move to a single all Ontario district. They'll also clarify that there are no changes for current board members. 2 to 3 seats are elected each year. Elections will continue to be staggered with 2 to 3 professional member seats filled annually, depending on which terms are ending, maintaining balance between stability and turnover. Voting process. Instead of voting for one candidate within a district, registrants will be able to vote for as many candidates as there are available seats. They may not cast more than one vote for any candidate. On November 5th, 2025, the college also announced a by-election into District 5 to fill a vacancy following the resignation. Nominations ran from November 7th to the 19th, and voting will occur on January 24th to February 6th of 26. Because the by-election was called before the end of 2025, it must proceed under the current district structure. The bylaw amendments therefore specify that all elections on or after March 1st, 2026 will follow the new single district model. Another amendment has been made which allows the board to direct the registrar to hold a by-election when a vacancy occurs in the final year of a member's term. Currently, a by-election is only permitted if a vacancy brings the number of professional members below 7. The amendment will help prevent the board from becoming unconstituted if another unexpected vacancy arises.
Okay, any comments or questions? Yes, Tanya, hold on, wait. Okay, go ahead.
One more up
One more.
or down.
We're down.
Sorry, this question was probably better placed in our other section. When will we review, like, since we're trying this for the first time, the one electoral district, when will we review that? Are we just going to collect data and look at it again when the board requests it, or?
Yeah, so this was kind of a change that's, it doesn't have an endpoint. It is a change presumably going forward unless and until the board decides to change course again.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. I don't have any questions about this part. Thanks.
Yes, Mark.
Screen.
Oh.
Yeah, I just had a question. You noted that there are 3 other professions that had gone to the single model. What was the discussion and experience with them, if I can ask?
So I could speak to one of the colleges who was actually, the presentation was given to our board by their registrar, who was actually our past deputy registrar. And she actually said that they were getting better uptake with participation. Prior to that, with the regions being so small, they were getting a lot of acclamations or nobody putting their hat in. So spreading it to the entire province gave more traction for people.
Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, Derek, over to you.
Okay. Could somebody make the motion that the board approve the proposed bylaw amendments as recommended by the governance committee? Carlo, thank you. Carlos, seconder, thank you. All in favor? And that goes through. Okay, thank you, Elliot.
Thank you.
All righty.
All right, so we are now going to move to the preparation for the approval of the committee slate. Derek, I will hand it over to you to present that.
Perfect. Okay. So as I know, everybody is very anxiously awaiting, this is the highlight of the day. Have we handed out the copies yet, or we're in the process right now? Okay. So being handed out to you right now is the proposed committee slate. Are we good? So it's the proposed committee slate, and just a reminder to everybody that the board typically ends up on maybe one of the committees. The appointed members, we try and put onto two where we can. We try to give everybody their first or second choice when at all possible. A lot of thought went in from the admin team to kind of get it there, and then executive looked at it and mucked all that up and asked them to do it again and all of the fun stuff. So if you guys can all take a look, and I'll give you a few minutes to think about it and review it. And Amy, did you want to give any more explanations onto things?
So certainly, I know that this is, something that is always of interest to everybody, and we all, you were all canvassed for your interests, everyone on the board, and then we have our committee members, those of you that are here in person today, or anyone who's joining in online. So we do our best to take everyone's preferences into account. We also look at information that you give us in terms of, your skill sets, your availability, and other criteria. Then there's some checks that need to be done in terms of making sure we don't have conflicts between certain committees, because there are some committees that inherently, if you're on one, it's potentially a conflict for you to sit on the other. There's also a review done to make sure that each committee has a balance between continuity and turnover. It's always good to get some new ideas each year on a committee, as well as maintaining some continuity with some people who understand the role of the committee and have some experience on it. We're mindful of people's workloads as well and trying to distribute that evenly between everyone. And in addition, a couple of years ago, this board approved a greater separation between the board and committees. So it used to be that board members sat on more committees. Now, for the most part, board members, our elected members, will typically sit on one decision-making committee. There may be a panel, for example, the accreditation review panel is an exception to that, but otherwise, elected members are on one committee each. Public members might be on more than one committee because we need to fulfill certain statutory requirements to have government appointees. So all of those factors are taken into account. I think for the most part, we were able to accommodate almost everyone getting either their first or second choice, if not both. And in some cases, where that might not have been possible for a second committee assignment, we hope that people will find value in perhaps being exposed to something new.
Perfect. Thank you, Amy. And while you guys are just kind of processing what's in front of you, one of the things that we did last year, which seemed to work really well, is rather than having everybody scramble to break off and do their chairs and vice chairs today, we decided that last year to try having the admin team reach out to you. The heads of those different committees will reach out to you. The staff of those committees will reach out to you, and we'll do all of those type of vice chair and chair elections on the go after the fact. And for everybody who is contemplating that, please give it a significant amount of thought. Chair and vice chair is not just a title. It is something that there are expectations. There is a time commitment. There is, I will say, a need to reply to your emails within 24 hours minimum, or the staff starts to lose their minds and it's not pretty. So, I mean, just everybody, please, 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 please keep that in mind, okay? All right. So does anybody have any questions, concerns, comments right off the top about the committee slates in front of you? Not them, them.
Them. We don't care.
We care
I'm
in
joking,
a
okay.
very, very passive, they can sit there kind of way.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah. No green yet.
I'll get this
Kevin is.
down one day.
I still haven't.
I'll speak in Kevin's. I was vice chair of panel 2 this year, and I wanted to commend the committee members of my panel that I was looked after. The confidence level.
What panel?
Panel 2,
Of what?
ICRC.
Okay, because there's like 2 panels of QA as well.
It's on the chart. Anyways, the confidence level that everybody grew on and the valued input that came from all members was just made all the meetings go so smooth.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you saying that, Stephen, because it's one of those things that I've noticed is, and it's to what you're saying there, it's literally the training ground too. I mean, you've got those experienced people mentoring the inexperienced people, everybody's coming up. It's how we build the future of the college, and the work that we've had from everybody has been absolutely fantastic. So it's a really good thing. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Perfect. All right. That brings me to my favorite point. Let's make a motion to approve the committee slate as presented. Alicia, yes. And Kevin, seconder. Thank you. All in favor? Perfect. So conveniently, we now have a break so you can all share, complain, comment, lose your marbles, whatever it takes. And we're going to put a timer up.
Emma will put the timer. Emma will put the timer.
Well, goodness, because I won't.
Okay.
All right. Everybody's had a good break. Just before we continue, Carlos, it occurs to me that you had asked a question, and I don't necessarily think that we gave it the time it needed. In regards to the conversation about number of in-person board meetings, while it is not a conversation that we have time to do here, I would like to see whether or not there is a appetite or interest amongst the board to rediscuss the number of in-person versus virtual board meetings. If there is an appetite to have it again, I would thinking we could probably fit it into our meetings in our next set of meetings that we have coming up. Not that 1 hour little one, but the next big one in March. So is there, can I just get a high five? 5 being yes, we'd like to have a conversation about the subject again. 1 being no, we are happy with where we are right now and don't want to have a conversation about the again. Currently, we stand at 2 in-person and 2 Zoom for the full board meetings. Yes?
I thought our discussion around this was finalized last year.
It was, and so Carlos has brought it up as a concern that he had today. And what I want to do now, we have had a conversation, we have had that, we can say that, you know what, it's talked about, we're good. But in full transparency, we always like to give an opportunity to revisit things if the board feels it's a thing that we want to revisit. So that would be the question. Do we want to have the conversation again, or are we happy with where the conversation sits? Tanya?
For clarity, it'd be the 2016 elected members discussing that?
2016, probably not. I'm thinking probably the 2026, because I don't think Zoom was that good in 2016.
That group of people discussing it?
Yeah, it would be them discussing it
Okay.
in March.
Okay, I think there is value in letting new people bring any of their ideas forward.
Okay, so as I said, we're going to do a high five. 5 is let's have a conversation. 1 is we've had the conversation and we're happy. Okay, so if everybody could give me a high five. All right, it looks like the majority, am I reading it right, says yes. Amy, you're my.
Yeah, you've got a.
You can rely on Karen.
You've got a 2, a 1, a 1.
And a couple of abstentions, or no,
You're a 5, you're a 5. Okay,
Okay.
so
Gotta keep them up,
out
guys.
of 11 people, oh wait, and 1, 1,
4
1, and 2. So 4 out of 11.
are happy with the way it is,
Are
and
happy with
everybody
the way
else,
it
and the rest. I'm not saying that you want more or you want it to change, you just want to have a conversation about it, okay? So with that direction, we're gonna go forward and have a conversation at our next meeting, and hopefully that.
It's just a thought, times are tough and.
Yeah.
They do
Absolutely.
But to be clear, the March meeting is one of the ones that is scheduled to be online.
Online. Yeah.
Are you satisfied, Derek, then for us to bring this through the finance committee ahead of the next meeting so you
Yes.
can bring forward a recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to make sure that when something gets set on the table and passed by, I like to make sure we've had a chance to actually make sure it's been addressed. Everybody needs to be heard at the table, so it's important. All right, and apologies
Okay.
for taking over on you.
No, that's all right. You're
I do
doing
that.
what you need to do. All right, so we are now going to move on to the assignment of the board monitoring reports.
Yay!
For 2026. So Derek, over to you.
So this is fun time for me. So we have in front of us a opportunity. This board feels very strongly about monitoring its own policies and processes, and we do that over a 2-year cycle. So we monitor 8 of our different policies, and what we've got in front of us right now are a group of the policies that are coming forward. You should have all received a piece of paper that just quickly kind of gives an implication of what all of those policies are and what they're going to entail. So I want everybody to just take a moment or two to read that. And just make sure you're comfy. Okay, so now we're at the volunteer or voluntold conversation. Hey, do I get to pick on the new people too who aren't up here yet?
As far as the board, future board members?
Yeah.
They're your people.
Cool. Did you guys get a copy of this? All right.
There's extras that Carolyn has.
I
Now,
just need to.
Pam is not present on the Zoom, so,
Well, then she lucked out.
or
Well,
she
good
might
for
be
you.
watching and just might be assigned something.
She might be just assigned something. Okay.
Now, typically, Derek, I would say it's monitoring over the last 2-year period. So that's why
Okay, so
it's
you guys don't count.
typically been assigned to people who have been on the board for a little bit of time.
You couldn't have told me that a minute ago.
It doesn't exclude them from eligibility.
Just so you guys know, this is coming in your near future, so it's probably not today. Okay, so does anybody want to volunteer for any of these monitoring reports? Tanya has a comment.
Oh.
She needs a
I
mic.
think there's some new people sitting on the board, some of our public members. I just wanted to point out, when I had to do this, I was very intimidated, but the staff are very, very helpful in helping you complete the report and very, very available if you were worried about understanding.
Absolutely. All right. Stephen,
I'll do the second one.
delegation to the registrar. All right. Mark?
I'll do the code of conduct.
Oh, nice one. All right. I was going to volunteer myself for governance approach, if that's okay with everybody.
Oh, man.
Was that the one you were gonna take? No, Carlo, please. Carlo's getting governance. All right.
Wow.
Thank you, Alicia. All right, so we got board terms of reference, which is possibly the most boring policy anybody has ever heard of in their entire lives.
Way to sell it.
Yeah.
Is that you volunteering? for it?
Nope, that is not what that is. No, I would not do that to you, Carlo. I will tackle that one myself. All right. And I would like to point out, I'm very impressed. In previous years, we've had to volunteer almost all of these things. So well done, everybody.
Well done.
All right.
Yes, Giselle.
So just to follow up with Tanya's comment, it's almost impossible not to get some assistance on this. Please don't try to just struggle through this. There's backup documentation and things like that that the staff will pull for you, old reports and things like that, and compile it for you. So please do lean on your appropriate staff member. If you don't know who it is, contact Amy and I, and we will put you in touch with somebody. And we are here to help you. We're not expecting you to comb the virtual boardroom and look through needles and stuff like that. We'll find the documents for you.
Additionally, for those of us who are old or have had brain surgery, or in my case, both, someone will remind me I am doing this at a time closer to the time it needs to be done.
We absolutely will.
Perfect.
So just so you understand, about a month or 6 weeks or so before the meeting where you're going to be presenting this, you are going to hear from our staff team here. They're going to send you a package. It's going to include a template, which is your report to fill out. It's going to include an example from a previous board member who's done this exact report, so you'll have a precedent to rely on. And they're also going to include a package of instructions and supporting documents. So for example, if you're monitoring the board's compliance with something and you need to review the meeting minutes from that period that your report is covering, they'll include all the meeting minutes for you. So you'll get all of that information, and then they are still available to walk you through the steps of completing it at any point.
Thank you. All right, perfect. Okay.
All right, so we are now going to move to the board meeting dates for next year.
This is the fun bit. This is where I get to make future Derek's life hard. Everybody's had an opportunity to review the proposed dates. Are there any questions? Concerns, comments? Yes, sir.
So nothing in particular about these dates, but what about the one for January 10th, 11th?
Right. Amy, have we set a date?
So I think in the reflection period after we're done tomorrow, we've got a couple of dates in mind. We will circulate a doodle after this meeting to confirm it, but we're looking at the week of January 12th, somewhere around there.
Just for for processing. When it's something that needs to be decided for a date coming up in the next month, month and a half, we try to use the doodles. That way we're getting more efficient. Something like this, we're forecasting it 6 months to a year out. So it's usually a little bit easier for us to just do that. Okay. All right. So if everybody is generally happy with those dates, we'll go with those dates.
All right, call for a motion.
No, I don't need a motion.
Oh, it says you need a motion. No?
That's our bad.
Okay, you don't need a motion.
Oh, no, it does say I need a motion. I was reading the wrong thing. Do I need a motion?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Look at me.
So we can now move on to the review of the 2025 annual work plan, and Amy, Deputy Registrar, will present that.
All right, so one policy that this board has is to set out all of its work into an annual work plan. You're going to be looking at next year's in a moment, but before we do that, I just wanted to go through the 2025 work plan. We're in the last quarter of the year, just to show you what's been done, what's been deferred, and just give you an overall impression of where we're at. So I'll just wait for the screen share to go up, and I'll just kind of talk you through a couple of items that were either moved or deferred, and to show you kind of where things stand at this point. This is just for information. So there were a couple of policy items that were on your work plan for 2025, but with some staffing changes and some priorities arising out of the new regulation that we had and some things that kind of came down unexpected during the year, those have been deferred to next year. So the first is the currency policy, which is already in place, and there's a desire to revisit the criteria for what counts as currency for opticians before we hit sort of the 3-year mark of implementation, where these requirements are going to start to impact people who are in non-traditional dispensing roles. Next is the practicum policy. We're still consulting with some of our stakeholders on that. That's on what to do with the entry to practice practicum requirements. There's certainly some, difference of opinion that we just want to dig into a little bit more to fully understand the landscape of what is going to best suit the profession and the public. And then there were a couple of monitoring reports that were deferred. There's one that's on the list here, and there's actually another that was deferred from this meeting just due to board member, there was an illness and a resignation and just availability. So those are bumped to next year. We also used to have separate line items for things like an examinations, NACOR, and external meetings report. But in the last little while, we have been rolling all of those into the registrar's report just for efficiency. So that's just been noted on the work plan. So if we scroll through, you'll see how the work plan is organized. Some of you are familiar with this format by now, but for those of you that aren't, throughout the year, we just look at each quarter so that you can see it at a glance in terms of all of the operational, policy, monitoring, and training matters that are coming in front of you. And we mark what's been added, what's been completed is in green, things that were added are in blue, and we have what's been deferred. So if you scroll through, you'll see there's very little red, which is items not completed, and we've addressed all of those in the covering briefing note in terms of where they've landed. So all in all, we've been on track for this year with the usual sort of movement throughout the year as we sort of shift and with the flow of whatever external factors come our way throughout the year. So I'm happy to take any questions about this.
So thank you for renaming this, because when I first looked at it, it was called something a little bit different and it really confused me.
Yeah.
Could you just, for clarity's sake, give a little bit of a difference of what's the difference between the work plan and the strategic plan we're going to be looking at tomorrow?
Great. So the strategic plan is the high level strategic direction of the organization. So the goals that you want to be accomplishing over the next 3 years. Whereas this work plan, it's meant to achieve those strategic objectives, but it needs to be broken down into the more practical elements of it. So the building blocks, because you have your regular day-to-day operations to run, such as financial reports and all of that. Then the policy section is where all the policies get implemented, and all of those should be in line with the strategic priorities.
Okay, so with that, and with the fact that we're going to be looking at an annual work plan review and development on the next subject item, would there be value in including the strategic goals of the previous 3 and the future 3 to make sure that the work plan actually is hitting those, or is the work plan already set and we already know is hitting those.
Ooh, well, I mean, I think Fazal, you wanted to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, we do every two out of the 4 meetings review the entire strategic plan, showing we have KPIs associated and everything, and we give you a progress update on that so that you know that the entire 3-year is moving. The work plan is kind of a very specific, this is what's happening this coming year at every single meeting.
So I guess where I'm stuck and where I got confused when I was reading it over is with the stuff that we've had to defer for reasons, I don't know what aspect of the strat plan we've not achieved by moving that. And I don't know that if we move it forward, we're now moving it into a different strat plan where it may not even have been.
So so bear in mind, this is the board's work plan. So this is what's happening at each of your quarterly board meetings.
Okay.
A lot of achievement of the strategic plan actually comes down to the day-to-day operations of the organization. So that's why
Absolutely.
we report on those 2 things separately.
Okay.
So progress of the strategic plan isn't necessarily contingent on this work plan and vice versa, because ultimately the strategic plan is not going to get achieved just based on 4 meetings a year. It's something that has to happen day after day
Agreed.
at the college, and it's what we're going back and executing on. So to try and merge and integrate the 2 documents, you might remember that these strategic plan monitoring reports are usually upwards of 20 pages. So it's this is meant to be a really succinct snapshot of the quarterly recurring work that the board has, making sure you're staying on track with policy and ongoing monitoring of overall performance. So that incorporates achievement of the strategic plan, because you'll see monitoring reports for the strategic plan occur twice on this work plan in 2 of the different quarters. So that's how they kind of integrate with each other.
Okay. That actually helps. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any other questions? Omar?
Sorry, it's gonna turn his mic on.
Wait for your mic. It's on.
How many pillars we looking at a strategic plan, and can you define them, please?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to be approving the strategic plan tomorrow, so I don't want to, give away the whole goose just yet. But there are 3 pillars in the strategic plan. So one is the public pillar, one is the registrant pillar, and one is the internal governance board-facing pillar.
Okay, any other questions?
All right.
Okay, all right. I think we can now move to this coming year's work plan. Amy.
Excellent. All right. So you're right, Derek. It was the strategic agenda work plan, and I'm realizing in the header of your chart it still says that. So we're going to make that
So
adjustment.
confused me when I read it.
Yeah, yeah. So we've made this a lot less wordy and just it's your 2026 board work plan.
Thank you.
And it's following the same model that we just went through for 2025. So in this case, we are going to be asking for your approval. So this is the work plan. We'll get it up on the screen momentarily. And we just ask that you bear in mind that we're making our best estimate that, there needs to be some flexibility that throughout the year we do shift things just to make sure we can be responsive to changing elements in the environment. And we will revisit this plan and bring it in front of you again halfway through the year in June, just to make sure we're on track, to note any changes that we've made to date, and to see whether we need to change course in any areas. So if we scroll down to the plan itself, you'll see similar to what you were just looking at. It's got each quarter laid out on each page. Everything is in black right now because it's TBD. And these are incorporating all of your ongoing operational work. So all of the financial reports quarterly, all the monitoring reports that we have scheduled. We schedule these, over the course of about a 5-year snapshot. So we know when the next ones are coming, and we make sure that we're, only having a few each meeting, so they're spread out evenly. Policy, bylaw, and regulation, you'll see a lot of those are also scheduled. Things like governance has usually 3 to 4 policies coming forward every quarter. Registration often has some policies coming forward. And then some of them are not necessarily scheduled. They're things that come up or that we know are on deck for this year. So everything we've anticipated so far. You've got your training and development for Q1 pretty much already lined up, because that's mostly orientation. But for the rest of the year, it's still marked TBD, as we will work on lining up what the board has identified for their training needs. That is it.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Does it
No,
not?
it's gonna say 2016.
It will, Tanya. Yeah.
Okay, I knew someone was gonna make that joke.
You walked into that.
Yeah.
Yes, thanks for
Uh,
catching that, Tanya.
Yes, the incorrect date notwithstanding. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I think we can call for a motion.
All right. Can I have somebody make the motion to approve the 2026 annual work plan as presented? Tanya? Thank you. Seconder Omar. All in favor?
All right, wonderful.
What? Just
Nothing.
discovering I'm a child?
No, just anyway. All right, we're now going to move on to a discussion of the premises, and I will turn it over to Fazal for that.
Okay, thank you. So we've been on a 10-year lease with the premises that we currently are in. And I'm constantly poking our real estate people to see what's happening with the market and things like that, to see if it's up, is it down? And just like my luck in investing, I'm always at the wrong time. So places are being mandated to come back to work and places are filling up. And it's becoming a landlord's market again. But nonetheless, I wanted to have initial discussions with our landlord here as to what they could possibly offer us to just renew our lease. When I started talking to real estate agents, they actually gave me a formal proposal or lease offer to sign. So I guess in order to engage in a conversation, you're literally submitting an offer to lease. So I thought before doing that, I should speak to the board. It's a big expenditure line, and have a discussion around, are we still committed to maintaining a physical premise? Because some organizations have given up their premise altogether. So the option exists. A lot of colleges are working remotely partially during the week. Some have gotten joint spaces together, but most are maintaining some sort of physical presence. The model that we have here is we are in the space Tuesdays and Wednesdays, Thursdays we're leasing it out. Sometimes an extra day is taken by the other college when they're doing strategic planning or extra events beyond. Aside from the work that we do here, the premise does house certain equipment, printing wise and that type of thing. We also will hold board meetings like this here. Sometimes if there's a hearing, it's held here. So we do get a certain amount of use out of it. I have seen that, I find that having a physical presence, bringing the staff together creates a certain amount of cohesion. We had a very hard time onboarding people during the period of COVID. We did operate virtually completely for about a year and a half or so, but it kind of started creating sort of a lack of cohesion amongst the team. I'm not able to. I typically interact on a micro level with the staff. Amy and I split up the committees, and we sit in on committees and meet with coordinators and managers and directors and all of that. There's a lot of collaboration that occurs and synergy that occurs when the team is in together. Some organizations tick a box and say, we'll have random in-person days. I don't see the point to that, where somebody's at home and somebody's in and you're not all working together. So I've outlined, a number of pros and, mostly pros to maintain your premise. The nice thing is, if we were to go into this, I've spoken to the College of Respiratory Therapists. They're happy to continue to co-lease with us. So, we are saving compared to typical leases. There used to be talk many, many moons ago about we should buy a building. That's left the station. You're seeing things like in British Columbia where they've merged regulatory bodies, and then people are wondering who owns the building. So I think leasing is the way to go if we're to maintain a spot. I do, from an administrative level, think maintaining this location would be very cost effective. We wouldn't have any build out costs. We wouldn't have any physical moving costs. The premise is in actually quite good shape because of the fact that it's not being used 5 days a week, and it was also underutilized during the pandemic. So really, it's, we've kept up with equipment and repairs and all this. So it would be probably the most cost effective. So my main discussion at the table was to seek guidance whether we maintain the space so that I can start having more pointed conversations with the agents. So I open it to the chair and the floor.
All right. Well, since I see a couple hands already going up.
Sorry, Carlos, we're just going to light you up.
Yeah.
Headshots and lighting up.
Yep, go ahead.
Do we utilize the whole space, or can we go to a smaller unit?
We're kind of on top of each other right now. All the cubicles are full. So to the point where we're sometimes pushing staff into breakout rooms. So I don't think we got smaller. We actually reduced our footprint from the last place by going paperless, and we used to have a large filing room with like those doctor style filing cabinets. So we moved everything to Iron Mountain and digitized it. So we
Did we
reduced
look
space.
outside of Toronto?
We have that conversation about looking, I can look at lease premises. A lot of it is the access to transit. Most staff are transiting in from all over east west using the hub, the transit hub here. So it was a bit more appealing when there was this discussion of buying premises that outside of Toronto was definitely cheaper. But I think transit wise, this is the most economical. And we're in a B building, not an A or type building. So we're a high rise of 6 floors here. So it's typically one of the more cheaper leases. But we could do a survey with our agent.
Paul, you got it?
Yeah, I think, provided that they aren't going nuts on the square foot cost, cost to build out, just your IT cost alone, you have to factor that per month. I don't know whether we're thinking of signing 3 or 5 year, whatever we're have on our agenda, but I mean, I can't even imagine you won't do that move for $100,000 by the time you're done.
Correct.
And you got to add that per month to the cost of a move. And if we can keep our sublease going and appropriately, if we go up, we appropriately pass on some of those charges to them. And just even if we can remain revenue neutral in a barometer, like in an atmosphere like this, then we're doing the right thing, I think. Yeah, personally.
Yeah,
I thought you had a question, comment.
I know I'm a green light yet.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's great to in particular for staff commuting in from all, like you're in a perfect location wise. You're 10 minutes from a Union Station, airport, for people coming in. And surprisingly, for Toronto traffic, it does move around. If you are driving in this area, it does move versus some of the outlying streets.
I don't know about that one.
I'm watching Carlos's face. It's like,
It does. It's better than, like Lakeshore and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's, but I do agree, you have to maintain a building because it's nice to know that people know that they can come to a brick and mortar place. And I think the way you've got it set up now with staff working from home and coming in and then subletting it, I think it's a perfect scenario.
Yeah, ideally, I would hope to give one more day away to find one organization. Different colleges leases are coming up at different times, so I constantly put that out there to our regulatory group just to keep the bug in their ear. So working on it.
Yeah, even some of the smaller ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that don't need near as much space. They don't want to take on a 5-day.
Something True Hand. I'll have to go downstairs and look. No, it's more of a private organization.
Mark?
Yeah, just a comment too, there is a cost, like Paul mentioned, to physically moving, but there's also cost to all going fully remote from my experience.
Okay. With
turnover and things like that. And there's also a perception, all these people working at home, I pay my dues and yada yada.
Yeah.
Which is a perception thing from your registers, which might not go over well.
Okay. Just let's do a high five and see where we're at. By high five, where are we at in terms of approving the renewal of the lease at this existing address? Okay. good.
Well, that's nice.
I think you're good.
So now I'm
to
going to
go
put a
to
motion
then.
forward. Could someone put forward a motion for me to approve renewal of the lease at the existing premises. Omar, seconder Stephen, all in favor? Carlos, good? Thank you. All in favor.
Excellent.
Thank you for the
Well
guidance.
done.
Great.
All right, so we're now going to move on to some information about the board self-evaluations, and Derek, that's you.
Wow, I'm talking a lot. Okay. All right. So it is December. It is that time of year again where we are all going to get our 2025 board and committee self-evaluations. So tomorrow afternoon, after the meeting, all the board and committee members will receive an email on how to connect and complete the online questionnaire. You will receive one email for the board and one for every committee you are on. Does that include appointeds as well? Is it
That
just-
includes appointed members, yeah. And just bear in mind that if you are on a committee that only sits in panels, like everyone's on the discipline committee, but you'll only get an email if you were on a panel this year. You'll only get an email for, say, the screening committee if you were on a screening committee panel this year.
The survey will remain open until December 18th, 2025. The questionnaire covers the period from January 1st, 2025 to December 1st, 2025. The surveys will take about 30 minutes for the board survey, and the committee survey should take about 10 minutes, unless you're Tanya, in which case they might take 3 hours. Inside joke, don't worry about it. And participation in this important process is mandatory. We ask that all directors and committee members, including those ending their term this year, take part, as it will allow for a fair and balanced evaluation of our performance and effectiveness as a college. Directors and members not responding will receive 2 reminders. If there continues to be no response, I'm going to threaten people. I, as board chair, will be reaching out to you directly. If anyone requires any tech or logistical support, don't ask me, but we can always get that arranged for you. Reach out to the college for assistance. All responses are anonymous, and they will be collated and analyzed to provide separate reports, one for the board and one for each committee. The board will receive a full report at its March 2026 board meeting. Anybody have any questions or concerns? Yes, sir. You will probably not. Because you were not here in the period that I think we're looking at. So yeah, no, I think we're probably good, sir.
If I can just note one thing, because it's included in the report from the governance committee, but because that won't necessarily be spoken to directly. I know last year when the board was looking at the results, there was some discussion around the ranking system, because it's on a 5-point scale where it's, strongly agree, neutral, et cetera. And, not everyone necessarily taking the same interpretation of all of these categories. And there was a question about whether we should eliminate the neutral altogether. So that's something that the governance committee still wants to look into in more detail, but they thought in the meantime, we're going to be adding some descriptors to each of those rankings. So you have a little bit more, guidance in terms of what strongly agree means versus agree, and kind of getting everyone on the same page a little bit. It's been helpful in the context of some other surveys, so we're going to try that for now, and governance is going to look at the rating scale in a little bit more detail next year.
And do keep in mind, from anybody who's got a management or a business background, if you're doing everything perfect, there's not really anywhere to improve, and we don't believe you. So, all right.
Okay, wonderful. So if you can believe it, that concludes today's meeting, and we are going to recess until tomorrow. So I will